red, green, and yellow. That doesn't work. So, okay.
All set. I'd like to bring the meeting to order, and I'd like to introduce my chairman, Dave Mills, on House Bill 25A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Representative David Mills, Rockingham 13, Derry. I would like to introduce House Bill 25A, making appropriations for capital improvements. This bill makes appropriations for capital improvements for the biennium and extends certain lapse dates for previous appropriations. This is based on Governor Ayotte's budget. Normally, I would take questions and draw this out a little bit, but based on today's interest in this public hearing, I'm not going to take questions, and I'm just going to close my presentation. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. See, we've got quite some interest today in House Bill 25. Seeing as I got these in no particular order, let's just start with Shannon Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Shannon Reed, and I represent the Community College System of New Hampshire. I'm here to request that this committee consider adding $2.6 million for the community colleges to what is currently in House Bill 25. That $2.6 million is comprised of three elements. One is spending that we had previously discussed with this committee. It is an $800,000 investment for IT infrastructure. And this, I believe, is on what you're calling your wish list that you have from entities that have already testified before you. IT infrastructure is critical for the community colleges to keep up with cybersecurity needs, service needs for our students. We increasingly deliver online education, an array of needs related to IT, and this investment would help us to do really critical work to support and guard the security of our online assets. The second component is $1.3 million for critical maintenance to address our highest need items. We typically come before you with a fairly large critical maintenance request. What we've done for today is to really hone that request to our the areas where we have the highest and most immediate need. With that money, we would be able to replace a boiler at Manchester Community College in the main building, a boiler at Lakes Region Community College in the Automotive Technology building, a boiler at River Valley Community College at the main campus in Claremont, all of which really can go at any moment. They are considered imminently failing, and no backups exist. So this is really critical work. And finally, a roof for the NHTI library. The third component is $500,000 for energy management systems work. In our initial capital budget formulation, we had a much larger request for energy management systems, but we can start with this investment of $500,000 for NHTI and Lakes Region Community College, where there's the most need. Any unit that we can connect to a system saves us money down the road. It enables us to avoid things like frozen and burst pipes or a boiler going down and no one knowing about it until it's too late. So I can give you an example of something that happened within the last year. A rooftop unit at Lakes Region Community College shut down, froze and burst. It leaked into the room below, which was the room that we offer our culinary program in. And I think many of you have been up to the culinary space at Lakes Region Community College. It's a commercial kitchen with a working restaurant that the students use. We needed to replace the ceiling and the floor, and it cost close to $50,000 because we didn't have the advance knowledge that this was imminent and something that we could address before it became a problem. So those are the three additions we are asking you to make. The IT infrastructure, which is currently on your list, I suppose, of potential additions, the 1.3 for critical maintenance, and the 500,000 for energy management systems. This would enable work at nearly every campus in the state, so there would be impact in every region. And I think, as you know, the community colleges offer programs that meet workforce needs in the state of New Hampshire, meet regional needs in each community. We see it as our mission to partner with the state to offer what is needed to support a workforce and a strong economy. These investments that we're asking you to consider are foundational to ensure that we can continue to do that across our 7 colleges and continue to meet the needs of students, employers, and the state. In the last 3 years, our enrollment has been trending upwards in all of the major categories where we see enrollment. And those include our traditional degree and certificate programs, our early college programs that serve high school students, and our workforce business training programs that are more tightly focused on specific professional needs for employers in each region. So demand is there and growing, enrollment is growing. This committee has typically been able to support the community colleges in the capital budget, and we are asking you to consider doing so again by considering these 3 additional requests to House Bill 25, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing as none, thank you very much for your presentation. I'd now like to call on the Honorable John Graham, representing the New Hampshire Veterans Home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I am John Graham from Bedford. I'm here representing the Hampshire Veterans Home. I am a member.
Mike, please. Of all people, we have to remind.
It's new. It wasn't here when I started. I am John Graham, and I'm from Bedford, but I'm here representing the New Hampshire Veterans Home. I am a member of the Board of Managers, which I think you all know what that function is at the home. I am here to ask for your support for an item that you asked for additional information on. I know the Commandant sent out to all of the members a copy of additional information on that. It totals $1.5 million. If you want to know what it is for ADA compliance. And having walked through the facility yesterday, I can tell you that it is needed. There are safety concerns with floors that need to be replaced, doors that need to be widened to take wheelchairs that can get in and out. And if you really want to know the total number of rooms and beds and that in your book that you all have of capital improvements, item number 6 under Veterans Home, there spells out exactly how many doors, how much is going to be done. But I think that for those veterans who call this home now, that $1.5 million to make it safer is important. Also, I'll just say this, that the VA does periodic inspections of state homes. Our inspection is coming up later this spring. It would be nice to be able to tell them that some of these issues have been addressed and will be taken care of, rather than just saying, we asked for the money and didn't get it. It just doesn't work all that well with some inspectors. And it would be hard for us if we were to lose any of the VA funding for our home, and that's critical. So I think you can find 1.5 million. I'm sure Representative Jack, going through the lapse money, can find that. He's always good at that. But please give it your serious consideration, and I thank you for support. And I will try to answer any questions you have.
Do we have any questions for Representative Graham? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your
Mr. Chairman,
testimony.
I don't know if you're doing it right or doing it wrong, but I've never seen this many people for a public hearing on House Bill 25.
That usually indicates I'm doing it wrong. Thank you. That's why we're moving quickly. Next up, I'd like to invite up Lance, is it Whitehead from Milford CTE? Did I get that correct?
My name is Lance Whitehead. I've been working with Milford School District for 5 years towards their CTE project. I'm here to speak towards that. Line 18 in your budget for CTE renovations. It was originally submitted by the Department of Education. It did not make this budget. We are requesting that you maintain $9.9 million, their original request, to renovate their CTE center. Historically, past projects have passed bond vote before coming to this committee and being appropriated in this bill. This last year, Milford just voted this last week, they got 58% of their approved vote. They're asking, their school board last night voted to ask if the appropriations could remain in the budget to give them one more chance to vote. They'd like to downsize their project slightly. They have done that significantly since the start of this. Their voter turnout this year was below 50%. They'd like to have people understand what they're voting for. They'd also like just one more opportunity. Their center is about 25 to 30-year-old average equipment. It's really difficult to educate students on careers when you're teaching them 30-year-old technology as they come. Their enrollment is down. I did hand out some information of past projects this group has funded and the impacts they've had. Impacts for career and technical education, also called vocational, are profound. You can see increased enrollment at every project you've invested in the past. You can see increased completers, increased industry, and the effect it has not just on school system, but also on the labor force in New Hampshire. With that, I'll turn it over to questions people may have.
Any questions for Mr. Whitehead? Yes, Representative Juris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just briefly, where did the proposal begin and what's it being scaled down to?
So originally the proposal was to completely rebuild Milford Career Tech project. That was a $60 million project about 2 years ago. We've been working on it. We scaled it down this last year to a $30 million project, which included $10 million from this group for Career Tech, $3 million from their local, and then another amount of projects to renovate portions of their high school that are in critical need. What they're proposing is to scale it back further, particularly on the high school side, and just focus on career tech education. Their high school is in pretty dire need, and their school board said, if we're making improvements to career tech, which is attached to their high school, we should also take care of some critical infrastructure. Voters said no. They're saying we want one more opportunity to ask voters to scale our project back. They could justify a lot more investment. They're essentially, we've been working on it for 5 years, saying what's critical to these kids. And I think that 9.9 does represent what's critical for career tech.
I'm going to actually take the next question, give some further information. The actual CTE request was for 18 million, and it was for Jeffrey Ringe. And they voted not to match their part of the money. Milford was actually the backup school should Jeffrey Ringe vote it down. Unfortunately, Milford also voted it down. Now, what this committee can't promise you is that the Board of Education runs the order in which they give us the schools. It's happened in the past, and what I think happens is that Jeffrey Ringe gets one more bite at the apple also next year.
So historically, 2 projects have been submitted to this group And they do have a pecking order, essentially
Correct.
a rotating group.
Historically, but in the governor's budget, only one was presented this time. So
Correct.
that's the one we have to deal with.
Correct. And
Okay.
I would note, there is a committee working on revising how that funding is. That committee's report is due in May to essentially say, is there a way, rather than just it's your turn in a pecking order, is there a way to base it on need? Is there a way to have smaller scale projects versus wait 30 years, renovate everything?
Correct. Okay, thank you. Is there any more questions for the gentleman? Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I might have missed it, but I was curious as to what the town is currently looking at for funding. I know you said that you reduced it down, you're looking at it again. What's being submitted for consideration now?
So this last year, when the town voted, they voted to appropriate 13.6 million local funding to match your 9.9 million. That was for high school and CT. If they were to do just CT in the future, they'd be looking at roughly 3.8 million locally. The school board is just asking for an opportunity to rework the project and pull out as much as they can, but to keep the CT as part of their scope. They haven't finalized that yet. And of course, being an SB2 rules town, they can't go immediately back to vote. I know in the past, Rochester was an example of, was able to very quickly get a vote for this committee. As an SB2 town, we need posting time and time to get people to the polls.
Thank you.
Ms. Newman, Representative Newman. No, you're fine. Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Do you have any feeling for what the actual plans are or actually trying to have another vote? I know that you can't take it right away, but are they talking, you hearing them in a couple months or a month? or
So
what?
it's very fresh to the school board. They voted last night to consider, there's some of them, you can do a special warrant article. The question, I think a lot of people expect it to be voted next March, just because that's their normal citizen process. That's something they have to make a decision on. My guess is a lot of their citizens are going to say, please wait till the next March election, because special articles tend to have a lower turnout. And one of the things they're struggling with is below 50% turnout this year. November had 90% in their town. Essentially, we need to get people to understand the process and get there to the polls.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Juris, final question. You're good? Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Whitehead. Next up I have is Mr. Tim Thompson from the City of Concord, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Tim Thompson. I am the Assistant Director of Community Development for the City of Concord. Part of my responsibilities is the oversight and management of the Concord Municipal Airport. I had already previously submitted a written letter of testimony to the committee. Hopefully, you've all been able to have a chance to look at that. In the interest of time, I bring a different perspective than most of the people you're going to hear from regarding airport development and management here in New Hampshire. The City of Concord considers the municipal airport to be part of an overall economic development strategy. And airports, both large and small in New Hampshire, it is a critical piece of the economic development toolbox that communities have to attract and retain quality economic development and businesses in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is well served by corporate business travel, as well as our passenger and freight between Manchester and Portsmouth. But our local airports also are important pieces to the overall economic development strategy of New Hampshire. I ask that you consider replacing the NHDOT Bureau of Aeronautics matching funds for FAA funding. That small bit of money, about $3.6 million of state funds, can leverage over $65 million of federal funds, which are critical for both safety and infrastructure improvements in New Hampshire's airport system. So I ask for your consideration of that request. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Next up, it looks like Margaret Burns from NHMA.
Good morning. My name is Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. It's a pleasure to be here before this committee. I am not frequently here in this committee. NHMA is here to encourage the committee, as the prior speaker did, to return the FAA funds to the capital budget. The budget omitted the approximately 62 million from the federal government and the approximate 4.7 million state match that is necessary for local public airports to be able to access these federal funds. The way current state law works is that the state must be a pass-through for these federal funds. And so if this appropriation is not included in the capital budget, local public airports are not able to access approximately 62 million in federal funding. As you may have seen in the request from the Department of Transportation, local airports actually bring in far more in economic value than they cost. I believe the estimate was about $2.2 billion in economic value is created by our local airports and about $32 million in state taxes. So these are important funds, and for the amount that the state puts in, we get much more value out of them. And again, local public airports are not able to access these federal funds unless they're included in the capital budget. And I know there are other folks here behind me who are here to speak on this important issue and know far more about it than I do. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burns. And if anybody else wants to speak on this after this last pink card, please let us know. You're going to need to fill out a pink card. But my last card is looks like a conglomeration of Tricia Lambert and Andrew Pomeroy, Granite State Air Pomeroy, and New Hampshire DOT.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. As it is the last pink card, we'll be the last to speak on the aviation. My name is Tricia Lambert, and I'm the administrator for the Bureau of Aeronautics.
My name's Andrew Pomeroy. I'm the president of the Granite State Airport Management Association, and I'm here representing New Hampshire airports, many of which are seated behind us.
So what we thought we would do for the interest of time. So I am the programmer of the actual program, which programs both the federal and state share for the airports in the state. This is the only program of its size that basically funds the 12 federally funded airports in the state. There are 25 total open to the public airports, 12 receive federal funding. So I don't want to take much of your time. I'm just here to answer any questions you might have on the programming and the dollars. We are asking for a reduction from the initial request. And the reason for that is that at the time I programmed it in March of 2024, it was, they were proposed projects. Since then, we have 2024 actuals. So what we did is we reduced it by what we did not receive in that year. To the 3.6 million, which was presented by our commissioner and our director of finance. So that is the only difference. The federal share would remain the same at roughly the 64 million, and the reduction would be 3.6 versus the 4.7.
And I won't take a lot of the committee's time. I just wanted to stress a few things. Again, 90% of this fund that you're seeing in your budget request is from the FAA through the Airports and Airways Trust Fund. So that is money, federal money that comes in from aviation fuel taxes, cargo movements, passenger ticket prices, all of that. So that's where that 90% of funds comes into the state and passes through the state to the airports. Outside of that, available now or anytime to answer any questions. I know you've got extensive written testimony from myself and the member airports, so I appreciate the time.
Representative Jack has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for appearing. Could the DOT briefly explain how projects get selected and when they get programmed for being built, and what would happen if we didn't have the match available at the time that the FAA wanted to build them?
So the way that the airport program works is that each airport will conduct an airport master plan, which is vetted through the public. Once that is complete, they are provided in that, which is required by the FAA, to conduct that master plan and what we call an airport layout plan, which is the pictorial viewpoint of those projects. Once that is established and approved by both our office and the FAA, depending on the airport, those projects will get put into a capital improvement program. And we do a 10-year because the state requires us to do a 10-year. FAA does about 5, but honestly, the FAA only will lock in about 1 year, maybe 2 will be pretty close. So it's a very dynamic, fluid program. Projects can change as priority changes. So once we have those projects, we are constantly working directly with those airports to determine local, state, and federal priority and what would be submitted to the FAA. Once FAA receives that, they will lock it in for 1 year. And we will use that CIP to help program this capital budget request over the 6 years, 3 bienniums. So what you have before you was at that time was the projects that were the priority of those airports. And certainly FAA has a role in this process as well, looking at those projects. If they do not come in, because we're a channeling act, we must flow the federal money through the state per RSA 422. So the municipalities cannot receive those funds directly. They have to receive it through us. So that's the first issue. And then the second issue is the matching share. Many of our smaller airports would probably not be able to afford many of these projects without the state share. It would depend on the project. Did I answer all of those? I hope I got them all. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for taking my question. So I just want to make sure I've got this straight. The letter that Mr. Thompson submitted had 3.627 million state funds and then 65 million for FAA. And then you spoke about 12 major airports in the state, and you talked about you have a plan that shows what state funds would match up with the federal funds. Did we get that list? The list of proposed projects and how the funds would be distributed, did we get that?
You did. In
Okay.
fact, it's in, I don't know if I brought it up with me. It's in the original packet that the Commissioner Cass had sent out to you.
Okay,
There are projects in there. Just be advised, like, they do fluctuate. So those were the projects at the time. They probably haven't changed too much, but there may be some changes.
okay. I just want to make sure I could review what the projects were and how that.
Sure.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, follow. And how that works. So we've got 12 major airports that are basically considered for these projects on this funding. So is there a priority list on that as well? What the most critical projects are that was submitted?
It's listed by airport. It's not listed by priority. If it's in the CIP and has moved its way up to where we are today to be funded, it meets the priority of FAA that they would be able to fund it.
Last follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
So what I'm saying is if we were to attempt to find additional funding for these projects, does the DOT have a critical airports that we need to do to provide the best financial return for the people of the state that would provide the best business payback or something like that? There's none from the DOT?
So the majority of our projects are safety projects. That we cut trees so airplanes don't hit them. We do redo runways so there's no holes in them. We look at them by airport, and it will have to be funneled through a priority system that goes up regionally, like in the New England region, and then to the federal. So it's a little complex, but we view them all as important. It's just a matter of whether they're ready for them. So I can give you what a priority list looks like for FAA, and that's what we use to help program, if that's helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Just to restate what I believe you said, so the 3.6 million will return, we'll get 62 million.
Roughly, yes.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have no further pink cards. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak during this public hearing? Seeing none, the public hearing on HB 25A is now closed. We can take ourselves a little 10, 15-minute break. If the, did you want to take a little mini caucus now?
Going upstairs, I have reserved the room starting at 11.
You want to use our office?
If you don't mind.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Democrats are gonna
Democrats, if you
have a
meet in
little
the office,
discussion in the office.
I'll go over what you told me.
Oh. Thank you.
Winning lottery ticket.
Yeah, no, it's a matter of fact, Matt, why don't you open this in case it's got anthrax?
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I got the comorbidities, I'll do it, I'll take it.
Oh, good. Is that the list?
Yes.
I gotta go find all my stuff. I've been looking for all mine. Sue, I think you guys are gonna caucus. You're caucusing in my office. No? No?
Sure. I'll say it. I'll take the fall.
Welcome back to the continuation of our work session for HB 25. Um, And I'm going to ask Mr. Shea to go start us off with a little bit of all the paperwork that he's just given us for today's little mini pile.
Good morning. For the record, Chris Shea from the LBA. So as you guys were taking a break, I went around and handed out 5 different pieces of paper in front of you. The first page, if you look at, this is a sheet that tells you the Glencliff Home elevator cost. That was a request when the Department of Health and Human Services came before you. You wanted to know the breakout for that elevator specifically. So that's a 1-page. It's basically, it's a submission that they use for the capital budget process. And that gives you what that was. Another document is the Veterans Home. She sent an email out to you in the last few days with the additional information that you had asked for on the TAR South, TAR North ADA compliance. So I just printed a copy of that. That's a 3-page double-sided document. Looks like this. The next document is just a spreadsheet. It's a 2-page double-sided document. This is the list of all the projects that the agencies presented to the committee when they came before you that were not included in the governor's capital budget. It does not contain the request that was made today by CCSNH during the public hearing. However, I did forward an email to you moments ago, so you probably haven't seen it yet, which details what Shannon testified to before the committee during the public hearing. And then the next document is another spreadsheet. It's also 3 pages, double-sided. This is what we call the comparison sheet or the worksheet that you can use to track decisions that this committee makes. You'll notice that at the end of each agency, there's an extra couple of lines that are blank so that you can take notes or add information as you see fit for each of the departments as you go through them. This is the information that you find in House Bill 25 is introduced. These are the amounts for the projects that are in House Bill 25 is introduced. And then the last document I have is a 1-page document that Representative Jack put together after the LAPS subcommittee met last Friday, just a kind of status of what that committee found. And so it's a 1-pager, looks like this. So that's all the documents I have given you so far. There may be more as you move forward. I'll turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. So we're going to be skipping around here quite a bit, as we always have done this in the past. We will be, once people will have a variety of little things, little pet projects, we should consider this, we consider that. We will be taking straw polls on a lot of things. They're not binding. It just gives us an indication of how we want to go. Don't forget, the governor's budget at $143 million is our stepping stone. We adjust that in any shape and form that we want to. So I'm going to lead off by saying, first of all, under the CTE line, we had $18 million. $18.5 million. Okay. We're going to get exact about all this stuff, Marty. Okay, we're going to get exact. And if you're not aware, both towns voted it down because they have to come up with matching monies. And notwithstanding the testimony we heard from today, more than likely it won't be Milford, which was the backup town. They won't have a vote for another year. Having been at those folks that have been on this committee long enough knows that at one point in time, we waited 3 full bienniums for a, who was it? Newport. Yeah, somebody, it took them 3 full bienniums to match and take the money off. So this money doesn't, it comes off the table as far as we're concerned right now. So that is $18 million we have to repurpose, 18 and a half. My intent is to bring this overall budget down from 143 million down to about 133 million, which the treasurer was quite comfortable with. So having said that, 10 of that, we're just going to take off the table right now to bring us down to 133. And that's going to leave us with 8.5 million as of right now to start repurposing. The other 10, we are just putting aside. We were cutting the budget by 10 million right there. So instead of coming up with $143 million worth of expenditures, at the end of this, I propose that we come up with $133 million worth of expenditure. So I'm just going to lead off and say that out of that $8.5 million, I would like to propose that we fund the Department of Transportation's federal aviation budget in the figure of, Jesus, where's the figure? 3 point. Thank you. What was that again? What was that? Please.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
The state match for the FAA is $3,626,831. So once again, 3,626,831.
Mr. Shea, in our worksheet now, where exactly under transportation, we don't have that anywhere.
So I would add that into the Department of Transportation's general fund capital appropriation, and that would be found on page 5, starting on row 139. And so it would just be another line added there that would show that you'd be adding, the total federal funds would be added, and we would subtract the state match of 3.6 million.
I am totally lost at this point in time. On line 141 on your worksheet, the compare sheet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, line 141. That's what I was looking for.
What was that amount again?
$3,626,831.
Mr. Chair, please.
Yes, Representative Bogart.
If I could, Chris, does that 300, that would go under the House and then the difference would go in parentheses?
Yep, so just, you can put it in the House column. Once you guys start making decisions, I'll update this form.
Yeah.
And then you'll see, and I will highlight where the changes are to make it easy to draw your eye to it.
Any discussion about that? Yes, Representative Newman.
Yeah, yes, thank you. For my own clarification, because you had a little trouble finding it too. Now this is my understanding, which may or may not be fully accurate, but if the 3,000,006 wasn't for some reason, maybe by oversight, included in the governor's budget that came down to 143 million, and just for sake of discussion, if this was an oversight, and it had been put in there, wouldn't her budget have been 146 something?
No way of
I
knowing.
understand that, but if, I'm saying we're trying to put something in because it is a moneymaker for the state and
Correct.
secures so much in federal funding.
Because in the governor's budget, she put 18.5 million for the CTE.
Okay.
That's out, so it's no longer 140.
That's out, but this will be in.
This will be added. We're using the money that we've just taken, that 18 million out.
Okay, I'm just
10 of
trying
it
to-
we're putting in reserve and 8.5 right now we're repurposing.
All right, for now. Thank
Our bottom line, not worry about what the governance budget is, because we're gonna.
Right. But any further discussion regarding that line item? And then, yes, Representative Jack.
Thank you. I'm in strong support of this. Remember, every 5 million that we invest in this, we get $100 million worth of work because of the 90% federal. So it's short money to get the airports. And the other aspect, which I worked on getting the aeronautics to explain, is that the FAA decides what projects they want to do. And they say, okay, come up with the money, and we better have it when they want to do the project.
Any further discussion about this money? Representative Brown.
Just for the other representatives, I just want to make sure you know that I did speak with the folks that had testified, and all those projects are basically safety and operational things to keep the airports running in a safe manner. Okay, thank you.
Seeing as no objections to that item, let's move on. And I want to skip down to the Military Affairs and Veterans Services. Which I can't find. There it is. Mr. Shea, help me with this one. Which one did we say we wanted to fund for the matching grant?
So the first one for the Plymouth Readiness, they are requesting $1 million of general funds. It's a $4 million project, so the feds would match $3 million to that for a total of $4 million. The department had also requested to add in the Pembroke Readiness Center addition and the aviation hangar addition for $8 million and $9 million respectively, which is fully federal. The general had testified to the committee that having the projects in the capital budget makes it easier for the department to access federal funds when they become available. So that was just a request that they had made when they came before you.
That's all federal money then, so it won't add on to our bonding.
That's correct.
So I propose that we do fund the $1 million for the Plymouth Readiness Center and add the Pembroke and the aviation hangar into the budget. Discussion. Yes, Representative Vallone.
So where is the Pembroke? I'm trying to find that, just so.
It's on additional agency requests.
Oh, it's all, so there's no numbers beside, okay, sorry. Duh.
That's why I had them draw extra lines in our worksheet.
Okay. Got it, thank you, thank you.
Representative Jack.
So once again, for an expenditure of 1 million in general funds, we get 20 million worth of work with the 3 projects. So that seems like a very good plan.
And that additional 17 million will go in the budget, but it is all federal funds, so it won't count against our bonding.
Question,
So-
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Cloutier.
Yeah, how much additional are we proposing under the Department of Military Affairs and Veteran? I just want to be sure I'm correct. An additional 1 million or
We are proposing an additional $1 million out of our bonding authority,
general fund bonding? is that
general
correct?
fund bonding.
And in exchange, we will leverage about, you said 17 million in federal funds?
20.
20, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Representative Bogert.
Thank you. We're just talking about those three projects at the moment under the Department of Military Affairs.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any objections? We're good with that so far? Let's move on. Let's find the Veterans Home.
Page 2 down the bottom, on the agency request. Veterans Homes, page 5 on the spreadsheet.
And under our agency request form, we have the north and the south ADA and IPC compliant. We had a request for an additional $1.5 million. As we heard from Representative Graham, that's ADA compliance. The feds are looking at it. The Veterans Home could lose some of their funding. Do we have any problem with adding that to our line? No questions, no further discussion. Let's put it in there. Put it on line 134.
And excuse me again, Mr. Chair, this is general funds, is that
This
correct?
is general funds. Everything we're talking about right now is general funds. Now see how quick that is to go through $6 million? Nothing to it. Representative Jack.
Yeah, while we're taking the first cut on line 73, we have a project that the agency asked to delete, which is not much money, but may as well get that done. See,
Correct. On your capital budget compare worksheet, line 73. Digitation of court records expansion is, now, Mr. Shea, was that money already taken off the bottom line budget or not? It was not.
No, it hasn't been.
So we're going to leave that as a 0, and that gives us 157.9 to repurpose for anybody who's keeping track of this.
Right now, you got about 255 left.
Questions? Please,
Thank you.
Representative Rockmore.
As I recall being pretty convinced by the Department of Information Technology that they really would prefer cybersecurity enhancements, which were not funded, over the cloud solutions and services, which were funded, and the difference is $130,000.
Get us to what page and what piece of paper you're working with.
Okay, sorry, so,
Page 3 of the comparison.
line 66 of this compare report has $2,150,000 for cloud solutions and services funded by the governor. but the Department of Information Technology told us that what they really wanted, what their number one request was the cybersecurity enhancements. I'm seeing it on, I don't know if you have the informational handout.
If I might assist.
Yes, thank you.
So on the portrait page, on the bottom of that is the Department of Information Technology. The cybersecurity request is there for $2.38 million. And then if you flip the page, they'd asked you to reduce the cloud solutions from the 2.15 to 850,000. Doesn't mean you have to do both, but that was the request.
Thank you.
Why was I looking down the bottom? It's on the bottom of page one of this sheet. So, cloud solutions, it's reduced to 850. Put 1.3 back into the kitty. I apologize for being so slow because when you said you said 66, I heard 166, and I was sitting there looking at a totally different line. Did you hear 166 too? I was like, okay.
My
Right.
microphone was too far away.
Oh, okay. So you proposed that line 66 reads what now?
Line 67, can I do
Yep.
that? So based on how I understand Representative Rockmore, the request, if everybody looks at their agency request sheet, look at page 2, top of page 2. The original funding request was for $2.15 million. It's been reduced down to $850,000. That's the request. On page 1 of the additional agency request at the very bottom, as Representative Rockmore pointed out to, they're requesting $2.38 million for cybersecurity. So when you look at the 2.38 and the reduction for 850, conceivably, they would be looking at a request of roughly $3.1 million. And it would add an additional $1.3 million back to the bottom line that we're dealing with, which would put us at a current balance of pushing 1.46 that we have left available, assuming that it's the will of the committee to agree to Representative Rockmore's suggestion, which I absolutely agree with the recommendation, for what it's worth.
Any comments?
Representative Newman.
Representative Newman.
Yes, a comment. So to Representative Boyd, what was the bottom number that you said you were at?
So, when you look at the original request for cloud solutions, which was 2.15,
Yeah.
they're modifying that to 850,000. That puts $1.3 million back into what we have left to play with. My current amount, according to my arithmetic, is 1,469,119, assuming, and I don't like to assume, but assuming it's the will of the committee to accept the recommendation by Representative Rockmore.
Representative Newman,
Yes,
follow up.
So following up on, I guess, everything, on the community college additional requests,
I want one thing at a time.
One thing at a time.
finish this first.
Yeah,
Okay,
one thing at a time.
that's fine.
Do we have any problems? And don't forget, none of this is cast in stone. If we go down the list at some point in time and go, wow, we really, really overlooked this and we need to take a look at this, we could very well go back and change any of these, okay?
Thank you.
So at this point in time, just for clarification, on our capital budget worksheet right now on line 66, Cloud Solutions and Services, it should, under our house column, it should read 850,000 instead of being blank. And underneath it, we should add the line cybersecurity in the house column, $2,380,000.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes, support Representative Rockmore's request and Representative Boyd of adding money for reducing for cloud solutions and adding more additional money for cybersecurity, as you already stated.
Representative Bogert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make note that when you add the two together, it is an increase. It'll take us to $3,230,000 total for that group of requests, which is slightly over 1.1 million increase.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Thank you. Representative Jack.
Thank you. One other item I think we should take care of, there's a memo from Safety about the license plate machine that is 100 years old and broken. To refresh your memory, they have identified what it is they want to buy. They want 1.302950, and they have proposed funding that out of, I actually researched, there's a mistake in this memo on the RSA reference. The RSA that establishes the reflectorized plate inventory fund is RSA 228:25, and they are proposing to do the debt service for that from that dedicated fund. So I would propose that we add that at 1.302950 from that dedicated fund.
Mr. Shea.
If it would help the committee, I do have an amendment that I had drafted in Chairman Mills's name that would show you how that would work, just so you could understand the change that's being requested by the department and how it would look in your capital budget.
Where would, tell us where we put this? Tell
Yeah.
us where we're going to put this.
All right, well, that would go on line 114 under the Department of Safety, section 1, but it would be 0 general and 1.302950 from this dedicated fund.
It goes right there. It's zeroed out because it's less of it.
That's what we do currently right now. Why can't we use this card we can pay for in cash? What? We can pay for this in cash. Why do we do the card? He said, no. Still borrow on the credit of the state. That's how I read this. We're borrowing.
Out of the plate fund.
We're borrowing.
They've got their own fund, a separate fund. So it's
So-
not going to come off.
So the amendment I just handed out, essentially that the department has proposed based on the new pricing that they got from the vendor of the 1.3 million, that they could support that through the dedicated fund. It's a plate fund. And as Representative Jack had indicated in the email that the department had sent you regarding this, they had a wrong reference to the RSA, and working with them, we were able to resolve it's RSA 228:25. This wouldn't impact your general fund obligation because, again, this would be funded through the plate fund and paid for through that fund. Representative Newman, you had a request regarding community colleges. Mike?
Sorry. I'd like to be able to support, along with you all, the 2.6 million request that they had. That was for infrastructure, blah, blah, blah. Maintenance, energy management, and maintenance infrastructure. And
Well, that was actually the one, was what we've actually, please go on, this additional, Representative Newman? The additional agency requests line that we're actually looking at
Yeah.
today. These were previous to be considered. Under community college,
Yes.
we have the IT infrastructure for $800,000. And I will certainly agree with that,
Yes.
if that is necessary.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, I concur with you that you should support any of that money under the community college system.
Any,
Chairman?
yes,
My
Representative
understanding
Faulkner.
is that Mr. Shea added the two additional projects that Shannon Reed presented to us this morning. There were two additional ones that weren't on this list, but I understand that have been added by email since then. So should we consider those two as well? I think that's included in the 2.6 that Representative Newman said.
Well, let's do them one at a time then.
Yeah.
Are we fine with the 800,000 for the IT infrastructure?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was an email that was sent to us that has, I guess, additional information, and that is, it shows the total amount that the community colleges were hoping for if we could do it. And that's the 800,000 for the IT infrastructure, 1.3 million for critical maintenance, 500,000 for energy systems. And if you add in the, what we had with the, originally on here for the workforce capacity building for the welding, is that adding up, like I said, to 3.3 million, like the email that you just forwarded to us, Mr. Shea?
You're right. You're right.
Yes. So they've added what Shannon provided was the request for the $800,000 that's on the list that you're talking about today, and they testified to that during the public hearing, as well as $1.3 million in critical maintenance and $500,000 in energy management systems, which was testified to today during the public hearing. The capital budget already contains the balance, 700,000, which would be a total of 3.3 million.
Thank you.
Representative Jack.
Thank you. I support adding all three of these. It's relatively small money for the value that the community colleges bring. We always try to do something for them if we can. And so I support adding all three of these items as Representative Newman has recommended.
Representative Brown.
So, Mr. Shea, did they give any additional information on the energy management, what that would save us in costs? 'Cause I never
Not in
remember.
the email that I provided you. That was just, but Shannon is here if there's any questions.
So, Mr.
Follow-up?
Chairman, maybe you could give us some additional information on what that energy management system would save the system? Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. Shannon Reed with the Community College System. I let my expert go back to the office, my colleague who knows those details. So I can follow up with more specifics. It would certainly save us operating dollars. It would probably save us in some personnel dollars, because if we have critical infrastructure that's part of a monitored system, then we don't need as much kind of physical checking of all of our kind of critical components. And it would stave off costs that we certainly have incurred in damage that's done from when things fail and we don't know it till it's happened.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I want to make sure, I thought I remembered in the original testimony that system would allow all the energy systems to be managed remotely. Was that the case?
Yes, it would automate most of our, whatever we're able to do with this funding, it would basically automate some of the really critical building management facilities, equipment and systems. And I'm afraid I'm not.
That's fine. I think that's what I heard them say. I just was trying to get additional clarification. Thank you. I know you don't have that information. Appreciate it.
Representative Vallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to track the money as we were going, but it looks like we've crossed over the level of spending all that, the savings that we have, and you've got, do you have Representative Boyd, do you have a running count so far? What do you got?
So right now, I'm sorry, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Okay, right now, prior to this discussion, we had an outstanding credit in the amount of $669,119 based on what's being presented right now, and I need to do the arithmetic very quickly, if I could, please.
That money that he says we have left, it
Adding-
only includes
The $800,000.
the 800,000 for the IT
Right, so
infrastructure at this time.
when we redact the 2.5 million from the balance, we would be in the red by roughly 1.8 million and change.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Faulkner.
I had a question. So I know that we have approved critical maintenance projects for community college in the past, and I think that there was some money left over that we have a extended period. Is there, do you know? how
Yeah,
much
there always
in
is.
that? So in other words, I have some funds that are unspent for critical maintenance that we've approved in the past, I guess is what I'm saying. And I wonder if that would, if we'd want to adjust the number.
If I may,
Something like
I would
that.
suggest we leave this right now at the 800,000 approved mark. We haven't approved those last two items for community college. We are still 669,000 to the good before going on further things. I would like to maybe address Glen Clove, Cliff Cove, Glenview.
Glenview's another matter.
That's another. Some of their needs before we go into, because at some point in time, the 8 million that we've recovered is gone, and then we are going to have to find another. We'll have to do some cutting before I add some adding. So I put it that way. Representative Jack.
Yeah, we, in lapse extension recovery, we have 649,513 to add to what we have available. $649,513, it's roughly the middle of this page that I wrote.
Based on my arithmetic, we are now at a balance of 1,318,632.
Let's take a look at Glen Cliff, see where we're at with that. And after that, I would like to examine other places that we can cut to repurpose his money.
Mr. Chair, please. Thank you. Before we add in that lapse fund balance that we have to move forward, I think we should keep that to the side and use that at the end and not address that and try to use it all up front. And that way, as we figure out what we can move around, then we have that little bit of money to work with. It's not a whole lot of money, but it might be the difference as we move through at the end of this process versus trying to use it all up front.
Understood. Just keep in mind that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Shea, when we have a figure like that, and it comes from so many different sources, we try and find one item that it will cover so that we don't have to cover it 42 different line items in HB 25. Correct?
That's what you've tried to do in the past. There has been times that you've split an appropriation between a repurpose and having an appropriation in the front of House Bill 25. You've done that to the community college 2 budget cycles ago, where their critical maintenance was split between the lapse extension surplus that you repurposed and an appropriation, a new appropriation in House Bill 25.
But as far as the lapse money itself, we try and keep it together. We can add it to another appropriation, but we don't try and split the lapse money. Representative Jack.
My point in raising that at that moment was just to remind everyone that that money is there now that we're banging up against the, where we.
So let's take a look at Glen Cliff and go through there. And I think at that point, when we make that decision, we're ready to go to lunch and come back. And Mr. Shea, on the additional agency requests under HHS, we've got Glen Cliff Home Elevator for $450,000, but it's not open in the,
That's correct.
it's not in any column.
And the reason for that is that the department came in requesting for $3.45 million of elevator replacements at that time. So that number is already in the $3.4 million.
That's just simply for that one elevator.
Yeah, yeah. So the
Okay.
committee had asked specifically for the department to provide the cost of replacing the Glen Cliff home elevator. And that's, came later in the process, and I just put it as to the side as an extra line. And that's $450,000 to replace the Glen Cliff elevator.
So
Representative Newman has her hand on the button. I can tell she's ready.
No, I don't know how to come back to this again. I'm still, okay, let me explain. Sometimes when I go to the grocery store and something's on sale or it's in the reduced thing, I say, there's $1 right there that I'm saving. Okay, so as you go around, maybe you've picked up a few reduced items, so you might have $5 out there and you can spend it on something else. That may not be a Representative Bohm is laughing. It's probably not the way that most men would shop, but that's how I get you, yeah. See me later. But would think of that. So I'm still stuck on the FAA money, the aviation money of $3.6 million that was not in the governor's budget. But I sincerely think she would have wanted it in there. So she's at 143 real money, but that 36, I think, got inadvertently left out. So I'm pushing that at 146. So I'm seeing that there's a little bit of more leeway than maybe what you all are seeing up there. I say this respectfully. And if somebody wants to take a chance on re-educating me with this, go ahead.
I don't think we're really concerned what the governor might have thought or what she did thought. We are just dealing with the hard numbers here. And all I can figure out as far as your question goes is that yes, we're putting that money in there. Okay. All right.
I'm just trying to see if we can use that in a broader sense.
Use the 3.6 million somewhere else.
Yeah.
Without funding the air. Yeah, you only got 3.6 million. Where do you want to put it, Miss? In the air?
Yes, the 3.6 should stay in. Yes,
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we'll move it. Representative Faulkner.
I think the troubling thing here is the number we're working with is 133 million,
Correct.
not 146. So
Correct.
the governor's original proposal off the table, the 133 is sort of the number that we and whoever else the Senate might be thinking about is the amount that we can justify. Is that my understanding? So
Correct.
it's not because she,
Forgot.
right. So the governor's proposal is basically ours, ours to deal with now, and 133 is the number that we are shooting with
Correct.
for our own reasons, so.
that I feel comfortable with. If we come in at 134, so be it. If we come in at 135, so be it. If we come in at 131, so be it. But we're shooting, our target right now is to be below the governor's proposal of 143, because that didn't make the treasurer look that comfortable at that number. So that's the number we're shooting for, is 133. It's not cast in stone. So what do we think about the $450,000 for the Glen Cliff elevator? Representative Boyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at the needs for Glen Cliff, knowing that we're sitting with a balance, with the lapse balance of $1.318 million on the agency request list, there's a request for multi-language support for $121,000. The document, which has a significant federal match, the document management and retention is $725,000, which has a federal match. Combined with the home elevator of $450,000, I get an amount of $1.296 million, which would leave roughly $22,000 remaining. That's where my thought process was with Glen Cliff.
May I ask where you're reading the numbers from, please?
The additional agency requests. Right. Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if I might ask Representative Boyd, I agree with those numbers that you just read off the sheet, additional agency requests. That doesn't include the elevator request as well, correct?
Yes, it does. Includes
does.
the home elevator request, but it's the $450,000, not the aggregate request of $3.45 million, just the home elevator request, which was separated to amplify the specific need that that budget assistant Shay put together for us.
Okay, so that total number you just gave includes those other projects that are federally funded too, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we're
Thank you.
we're leveraging two of the line items with a significant federal funding of close to $1.8 million.
Thank you.
I have one question regarding that. I don't believe that document management or the multi-language, although it is coming with federal money, I don't think that is Glen Cliff specific. I think that was for the entire department.
Okay, that could very well be true. Because it doesn't say Glen Cliff on it. I apologize.
And I would think that we could find some other needs.
Nope, I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I shouldn't have been overly ebullient with my testimony.
Oh, well, Representative Jack?
Shall we start with trying to agree on the Glen Cliff home elevator for 50,000 and go from there?
I think we should.
I agree with that.
How do we feel about the $450,000 for the Glen Cliff elevator? Looks good to me.
I don't have any objection.
Let's pencil that in then.
Line item 60, Mr. Chairman.
Line 60.
Make sure we write it down as Glen Cliff elevator.
And Mr. Chairman, and for those playing along at home, the balance is now $868,632.
That includes.
It's every-
That includes the lapse at this point in time.
Yep.
And I think at this point in time, it's a great time to take a break for lunch. Back at 1 o'clock, and we'll continue. Thank you. I'm sorry, I've got one small, quick update before we go into our afternoon session. Representative Rockmore and I had a discussion, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. Let's go to the Information Technology Department. Line 66. Cloud Solutions and Services for $850,000 is out. Gone. Draw it out. We're going to leave the cybersecurity in instead at $2,380,000. What we thought originally was just a wash turned into a larger debit than we expected, so we kind of rewashed it ourselves. Did I say that correct, Representative Rockman? Okay, so now to help Mr. Shea move along on his side of this whole thing, we're going to stop discussing dropping things and adding things and repurposing things, and we're just going to start on page 1 of the Capital Budget Compare Report and start with line 2, the statewide emergency fund for $1.5 million. Do we have any problems with that? Do we look for any adjustments? No? Move on to line 3, State House Annex renovation, phase 2 at 1225. Any objections? Sprinkler replacement for $550,000. Main building elevator replacement, $1.1 million.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just to clarify, is
Representative
this the
Cloutier.
main building for the Administrative Services Department?
Yes.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to be sure.
Thank you. So our section 1 on our Administrative Services Department of at $15,400,000. We're good with that?
At the moment, sir.
We're good with that. Check that box off. Moving on to the Community College System of New Hampshire. Under Great Bay Community College Workforce Capacity Building in Welding, $700,000. We are fine with that. We have added $800,000 for what was that? IT infrastructure. And that's where we're at so far. Moving on to the department. Yes, Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had kind of mentioned it, but I know we didn't agree on it necessarily, but there was 2 other items, the critical maintenance at 1.3 million and energy management systems at 500,000 that I was hoping to include.
This is just a so far. This is just a so far. We're not closing the books on this one.
Okay.
This is just so we're all on the same page and Mr. Shea knows where we're at and what we've changed so far. Department of Corrections has 3 items totaling $12 million. Do we have any objections to those 3? None, and at this time, no ads. Okay. Department of Education, we've taken care of that. $18,518,000 is off the table. Moving on to page 2. Environmental Services has 5 items, 4 of which are on our general bonds. Those 4 general bonds are dam repairs and reconstructions at $10,810,000. Drinking water state revolving fund match, $8,846,360. Superfund state match, $829,217. Clean Water State Revolving Fund state match at $9,467,496. Are we okay with those four so far? No add-ons, no repairs. Winnipesaukee River Basin Program infrastructural upgrades is $19,700,000. That is on other bonding. We're good with that. Let's check that box off, Mr. Shea. You like the way we're moving now? A little bit better than morning?
I do like this. yes.
Ah, okay, thanks. Fish and Game has 3 items. Hatchery Predator Control, $2.2 million. Replace a 50-foot, 25-ton trailer at $65,000. And inland fisheries equipment at $114,000 for an agency subtotal of $2,379,000. And that is other bonding. That comes out of the Fish and Game Fund. Are we okay with that? No additions, no corrections. HHS. Medicaid Enterprise Modular Strategy needs $3,375,000. Medicaid Enterprise Modular Strategy has $30,375,000 in federal funds. No problem with that. Modernize eligibility services, bonding $656,557. Matching federal funds of $1,219,321. Problems with that? None. We have so far added on the Glencliff elevator for $450,000. Are we all clear with that? In agreement. Information technology, as I just mentioned, we are zeroing out cloud solutions and services. And instead, we are substituting cybersecurity for additional money of $2,380,000. Pretty okay with that? Okay. Moving on to the judicial branch. We are zeroing out the digitation of court records project expansion at $157,950.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman,
Representative Juris.
we're taking out 157K out of the judicial branches?
Correct. 157,950. That's their request. They opted not to ask for that.
Thank you.
Justice Department, replacement of case management system, $2,231,696. Are we okay with that? Yes, Representative Bogert.
I have to step out for a minute.
Be my guest. Military Affairs and Veterans Services. And I'm going to need a little help on this because I didn't write this down correctly. We've approved, or we are approving, Milford Readiness Center addition and renovation for $1 million. The feds are going to match that with $3 million in federal funds. The Manchester land replacement, $5 million. Statewide Readiness Center roof replacements, $2,550,000. Being matched with federal funds of $2,550,000. And Mr. Shea, help me. What was
This
our-
morning, you had agreed to include the Plymouth Readiness Center design and construction,
That's-
of which $1 million would be general funds and $3 million would be federal funds. You agreed to include the Pembroke Readiness Center addition, which would be $8 million of federal funds, and the aviation hangar addition alteration, which would be $9 million of federal funds.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I'll repeat that for the record. The Plymouth Readiness Center design and construction, we authorized an extra $1 million to be matched by $3 million in federal funds. We also agreed to the Pembroke Readiness Center addition at $8 million federal funds, and the aviation hangar addition at $9 million, correct? Any problems with any of that? Moving on to natural and cultural resources. The Cannon Mountain Aerial Tramway is at $20 million. And this one I knew I'd have to read out loud. I've heard it pronounced a couple of times. Is it Umbagog? Umbagog. It all depends on who's talking, huh? Umbagog's Lake State Park Marina and Facilities, $475,000 to be bonded, matched by $475,000 in federal funds. Additionally, the Connecticut Lake Headwaters road repairs at $1.4 million. Any problems with that? Let's move on to Police Standards and Training Council. We have the main entrance security improvements at $480,000. No problems with that. Department of Safety, software, automated fuel tax system, $2,862,000. Gun range training facility, $2,300,000. We have an item for discussion. Representative Kaczynski.
Yeah, while I support this for the law enforcement, I think this price is just crazy. $2.3 million on land that we own. I mean, you could put up a mansion up there. I mean, I thought they just wanted a little better facility with a bathroom and electricity, and this seems a little too extravagant for me.
For the record, I have a question, and I'm going to see the speaker. The governor's Code department, I guess, is considering combining some gun range training facilities, safety facilities already. And before we okay and move this to pass or fail, let's just put this aside for right now until we get an answer. Is that agreeable to the committee? No? Okay. That we're going to put aside. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Faulkner.
It was approximately equal to the amounts that we were looking at for the community colleges, so maybe a coincidence, but there's something to think about.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. University System of New Hampshire, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the license plate space.
Mr. Shea, is this the appropriate time for us to add this?
It would be if
For you?
the committee desires to do so.
Okay,
That's that in right here. Modernization of plate pad.
okay. The Department of Safety. We are adding modernization of plate production equipment for $1,302,950, which is going to be paid out of a other bond, correct?
That's correct.
Representative Rockmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be sure I understand. So if this comes out of a dedicated plate fund, does that mean it doesn't count towards the, say, 133 million?
Correct.
Okay.
Just for, and I will correct myself for the committee's sake, I keep referring to the 143, and we're going to try and hold it at 133. That's not the governor's entire budget. That's the bonded area of the budget that this committee is responsible for. So I apologize for that, and that is outside our bonding.
Not only that, if I may,
Yes,
that's
sir.
the general fund portion of the bonding. We have highway funds and then we have the other funds.
Correct.
So the total bonding is a good deal more than the 133, but what we're measuring is the general fund bonding, or the bonding whose debt service is paid from the general fund.
Correct. We all set? Yes, Representative Kozinski.
Yeah, I had asked this before, and I just like some clarity. I didn't really get an answer from the commissioner, but whether they were going to continue doing this job in the corrections facility, or if they were starting up a whole new operation.
I can't speak for them. I don't know, but as it stands right now, the new prison is quite a few years away. And right now, they're continuing to do the license plates, so this is their offered solution. So I think we can count on it being there in the near future.
I had asked that, and I didn't get a straight answer. I was curious.
Representative Jack.
If you were to read RSA 22825, which I did this morning, you will find out that's when they established this fund. And it does say, it explains the interplay between corrections and safety, that the plate production is going to be at the Department of Corrections. So that would, if they decided not to do it that way, it would have to be amended anyway. So I encourage you to read that statute and see if you still have questions.
That's the benefits of having a well-rounded Public Works Committee. Okay? There we go. We always know something about something. Moving on to the University System of New Hampshire. We have 3 items. Plymouth State University Hyde Hall renovations for $4 million. The University of New Hampshire Morse Hall improvements for $12 million. The Keene State College Elliott Center renovations for $4 million. Representative Boyd.
I would object to the price tag for Morse Hall at this particular stage. They've made a request for 12 million this year, another 7 for next year. That's potentially $19 million with the flagship university also having, significant additional resources that they could tap into to pay for that particular project. Based on the concerns that I've heard from the committee today, I think there's a unique opportunity to target that money elsewhere to other agencies that have presented us with specific needs, that may be more applicable for that particular funding as opposed to the complete renovation of Morse Hall. Thank you.
Any further comments? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, the university system indicated, I believe, that at Keene State College, they weren't going to use the funding for Elliott Center renovations. They were going to allocate those funds. So it'd be possible for them to give us an update on specifically what they were going to use those funds for, so it's just in the record?
To bring you up to date, we have some specific language from the university on how they want it worded. Right now, we're just going to be yaying or naying on these amounts,
Thank you.
okay? And seeing as there's a question on the 12 million, Representative Cloutier had his hand up.
Just to represent Brown, I think they wanted the Keene State money to put it into Morrison Hall instead of Elliott, Morrison Hall and the Redford Arts Center. That's my understanding. Instead, repurpose it. But I think they're going to spend the same amount of money.
Yeah, that's my notes, I think.
And I did want to say too, and I want to be full disclosure, I'm a product of the university system from Keene State. So if I have a bias, but I'm in favor of right now taking the 12 million from Morse as much as and I'm a big supporter of the universities, but we need, we have a lot of other needs where the community colleges, the prison, the Department of Information Technology. I think we've got to make some tough choices, make some cuts right now to get the capital budget down to a reasonable amount that hopefully the Senate can agree to and the governor can sign into law. Because I'm also telling you, next year, we may have to deal with the men's prison. I don't know how we do that, but I see why the treasurer is nervous. So I think we've got to keep that in mind, the big picture in mind, folks, as much as I'd like to support the university system. Thank you.
Thank you. Having heard that, and once again, my 2 cents on this is that these Hyde Hall renovations and Elliott Center renovations are works in progress. The the Morse Hall project has not been started yet, and they have additional requests for more money for the next biennium. Why don't my suggestion would be we approve the 2 amounts of the 4 million each, and then we circle back and discuss the Morse Hall along with the gun range safety at large. We can speak at it later. Representative Faulkner.
I just want to add in to, the last time I checked, New Hampshire was down at the bottom of the list of states in terms of support for higher education. And this would only make that worse. I don't think that we've been overspending on higher education in the past. So I know they have other sources, but some of those sources are tuition for in-state students, which I know there's pressure to raise those after keeping the line for a long time. So, I understand there may be issues with this particular project, but I don't think it's because university system is flush with money, but thank you.
Understood. Mike said we will discuss that when we discuss all the other items that we've flagged for discussion. But right now, we're all okay with the Plymouth, with the Hyde Hall and Elliott Center.
Chairman Mills, just to clarify, when the university system came in and testified before the committee, they had suggested to change the amounts for Hyde Hall. They wanted to reduce that to $1 million and then increase the Keene State College campus to 7 million. Subsequent to your meeting, they had reached out to the chair and myself and asked if there was a way to do a single appropriation and add a note that basically was contained in the 3 prior capital budgets when the committee had agreed to provide funding over 3 biennia. And it allows the University System Board of Trustees to determine where the best place is to use the money at a specific time for this project's identified, and they discussed how they put more towards Hyde Hall prior to coming in this capital budget, and that's why they're able to reduce it from 4 to 1 million. So that was part of their request, is just to have an $8 million appropriation. Well, it was a request for $20 million, but if you take the 12 out for the Morse Hall, it would be an $8 million appropriation for the Keene and Plymouth projects.
So noted. We'll note that 1 million for the Hyde Hall and 7 million for the Elliott Center for right now, with the rest to be determined by this committee. Moving on to the Veterans Home. We have 5 items on the list and one that we added. We have replaced 3 air handlers for $1.3 million. We have a diesel tank replacement for $60,000. We're replacing 7 tubs and a bariatric stretcher shower trolley for $140,000. We're replacing 50 veteran resident beds for $155,000. 20 medical lifts with installation at $180,000. And we have voted to include the South-North ADA compliance at $1.5 million. Are we good with that? Transportation. Matching funds for transit vehicles, $390,000. And we have additionally approved $3,626,831 for the FAA, what's the official? State match FAA. Any problems or discussions with that? Check that off. Section 2, Transportation Department. Statewide, and this is what comes out of the highway bonds. Statewide salt and sand shed replacements, $4,650,000. Any questions or comments on that? We're in agreement with that. Yes, Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We had asked the department about the other items that they had listed, which were not put on by the governor, and they said that they thought that they could handle, up to 10 million, and not that we necessarily want to go to 10 million, but there are possibly some other items here that we could maybe get more information on or talk about ourselves and approve. This is all going to be by their own from the highway fund. So
That's correct.
thank you.
We're just working on this one sheet to put this one sheet to bed. As is. As is. Then comes the additions, then comes the discussion on. We're on the same page. Okay. All right. Let's go back then. Actually, now is probably a good time. Where is all the DOT highway fund requests? Is that all of them, Mr. Shea?
That's what they had provided in their presentation. You also have a representative here from the department if you have any questions.
You may. Representative Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Highway funds, I am hearing, are in short supply, and there's some interplay with the operating budget. May have to supply money for winter maintenance and that type of thing. So it's a little more complicated than just adding bonding because of the short supply of the highway fund. Am I understanding that correctly?
So you're correct. The highway fund is pretty lean right now, and it's going to be close to zero, but at the end of the biennium is what's projected. Our office projects it may actually go into the negative. The department testified that when they built their operating budget, they had included in their operating budget the debt service that would be needed for the next 2 years for about $10 million of new projects. If the agency, if the committee wasn't to provide the agency with those additional dollars, the potential would exist that the Division Two of House Finance could look at their debt service line and see if they could remove some of that to help offset some of the other needs they might have related to the highway fund.
Representative Jack, follow up.
So if I understand that answer correctly, they've budgeted for about 5 more million worth
That-
of projects in this, on this.
That's correct.
Okay.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Shea, have they looked at any other methods for offsetting the potential shortfall for the highway funds?
At this time, I'm not sure where they're at with that discussion in Division Two of House Finance. There's been various ideas floated around for a variety of the restricted funds. But the highway fund is mainly your road toll, gas tax, which is the biggest chunk of that, along with the motor vehicle registrations. So those are the revenues that go into the highway fund. So they're looking at that, but I haven't heard that there's a resolution to that as of yet.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
So what you're saying, they're in discussions to either increase tolls or other fees to make sure we're not in a shortfall.
I'm not sure what the bottom line will be. The
Okay,
discussion
that's
on
fine.
taking road toll and increasing that is never a easy discussion. And then talking about the fees to register your vehicles and things like that, it's a direct impact on the consumer. So again, it's another discussion that is carefully weighed.
Thank you.
So on the DOT presentation to us, on the very first page, we have, if I'm reading this correctly, $11,246,831 worth of general fund requests, and then an additional $18,934,928 in highway funds. Is that correct? Do we have anybody from DOT here? Please, step up.
That is correct.
I guess I should have had my next question ready for you then by now, okay?
Mr. Chair, could I ask a clarifying question of the department?
Please, Mr. Shea.
In the governor's capital budget, they gave it a recommended $4.6 million for the salt shed. In your list, you have $3 million under the highway fund.
That's correct. We believe that we can live with the 3 million. We work around that. So we have requested a reduction.
And when you look at if you do look at the presentation that the department provided, there's a gray line after the list of projects.
Oh.
And that line, if you go to that line, they believe they can fund the projects just above that. I believe that's in both the general fund and the highway fund.
Well, with the general fund, we have the idea that we have for items, priority number 3, railroad replacement rail, and item number 4, replacement railroad ties. We were looking to repurpose one of the older, or 2 of the older capital items that had been agreed upon years ago. And so it would give us at least something for those items. On the highway fund side, under number 5, the line there represent, the items above it represent the $10 million that we budgeted using highway funds for the debt service.
I see. So these are basically, obviously, they're in your priority orders.
That is correct.
Well, let's open this up for discussing the first two items that'll come out of the general bonding funds. The railroad replacement rail track, $1,920,000. And replacement railroad ties, $1.1 million. That's a total of, did you say they've been repurposed or they still stand as written?
These are,
Representative
Yeah.
Jack?
I have on my sheet as the last repurpose, the item we're discussing would be lines 206 and 207 of the capital budget. And the proposal is to repurpose that to replacement rail and ties on state-owned railroad lines. And that will, they believe that will adequately fund these two items.
So that, I'm sorry, that's not in our repurposed funds. That's just in a regular lapse?
That would be a lapse
Repurposing the
extension. That
lapse
was
extension
where
for that.
where the balance that would be extended would be repurposed.
So, Mr. Shea?
If it would be helpful to the committee, I have some language that would show you exactly what the department's asking to do.
Please.
So I'll just explain real quick what this amendment would do. The request of the department is to take the two lapse extensions that are contained in the back of House Bill 25. So at the bottom, you'll see delete lapse extensions 206 and 207. The amount of money remaining in those two capital projects is $825,895 and change. What the department's asked to do is to repurpose that money for rails and ties of state-owned active railroads. And so the language up above would do that. It would say, basically it says that we're going to lapse the money in the two projects. Roman 2 says we're going to take that sum of 825 and appropriate to the department for the biennium ending June 30, 2027. Roman 3 gives the authority to make sure the treasurer is all set with it. And number 4 just talks about making sure that any contracts or projects go through the appropriate processes as defined in RSA 21.
Does anybody on the committee have any questions or concerns about this? Representative Faulkner. Did it again. Representative Kaczynski. Representative Kaczynski.
Okay, you know, where is, what rail is this? Is this part of the, any particular line?
It is only the statewide, the state-owned lines. And so my understanding is there's some freight lines there, and there are also some recreational lines.
Follow up?
So is any of this part of the freight rail lines?
My understanding is that some of it is. This, to clarify the request is only for the supplies, the materials for this. The labor would be supplied by the railroad or by the special railroad fund.
Further question?
I was looking at the railroad railroad plan last night, the 175 pages, and it says that, what I gathered from that was that freight rail was going to be paid for by the private rail. And it didn't, it basically said their maintenance of the rail and such. Is that correct? Was
Yes,
referenced
the freight liners do generally maintain those rails. I'm not the expert for the rail piece, but I can certainly get the director to come and respond to that question.
Aside from that, do we have any questions regarding this language or repurposing? My question is then, if we do this, what still remains out of these two items that you want to have funds for?
For those items, this would go at least in the right direction to help us with failing rails and failing railroad ties. It would help support that. It doesn't mean that we don't need the rest of it, but it is, it could be a concession to at least get some of it, to be able to support the lines to ensure their safety, their ongoing safety. So I would say we would not ask for the remainder of that in this session.
Let's do just a straw poll. Anybody do we all agree that this language suits us and we want to include this money in the bill or not? Just a straw poll. For, against? Representative Kozinski, duly noted. Yes, Representative Malone.
Thank you. So are we talking about supplementing what's on the additional agency request page? Or are we talking about replacing these for the railroad replacement rail track?
We're not supplementing anything yet. This is the lapse carryover to repurpose it and go towards some. Then we'll talk about what you just asked.
Okay, thanks. I'm still good with it.
Mr. Chair?
Representative Edgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question I have is, we have this, thick document that has a lot of stuff in it, but on the inside, it has index of project requests. Is this on the top section, on the general fund, is this a combination of 3 and 4?
It is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, then moving on to the highway fund section. It starts out being confusing right away. You have been approved for $4,650,000 in the governor's budget. Yet now you say you're requesting only 3 million. You've reworked those figures?
Our request was for 3 million. It went through Public Works, which does some other estimating, but we believe that we can work within the $3 million. We'll just do fewer of the salt sheds. We work with the money that we would get.
I understand. So help me, Mr. Shade. So we can actually reduce this item in the governor's budget down to 3 million instead of 4 points?
That's correct.
Are we all in agreement with that? Question. Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. What, if we subtract out $1.65 million from the original request, has DOT prioritized a specific salt and sand sheds that are what I would say, hate to use this word dire, but in more dire need of versus the ones that you can make do for another year or two?
Yes, we have a priority list. We follow that order.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jack.
So if the department is satisfied that they can do the debt service on items 1 through 5, with the available funds in the highway fund, I'm going to propose that we add in items, we just amended the item that we had. I'd like to propose that we add in the items 2, 3, 4, and 5, and the amounts would be 1,206,668, 3,580,380, and 212,952, with the captions as they're listed here.
Any questions from the committee? Do you understand what Representative Jack said? Nah, you don't. Do you have your handout from the DOT? With the brown cover? Yep, right inside the cover, under Highway Fund 15. Item number 1, priority statewide salt sands, you see $3 million? All right, that's on our work session as $4,650,000. We have just reduced that to $3 million. Representative Jack is proposing that we add numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5 to this list. And they come out of bonding out of highway funds. And somebody's going to give me a new total?
It's not going to affect the bottom line.
No, it's highway. I just want to know what we're.
Oh, yeah.
Does that include this or not?
Oh, no.
That's just a new sum?
I just did the 2 through 5. You want me to include the 3 million?
Wait.
I just added up 2, 3, 4, and 5.
That's over $6 million.
One sec. Sorry.
Pardon us while we take a slight math break.
And so I got 7. It comes out to 10 million even, plus the 3. 10 million even.
And I believe the DOT must have already done our math for us because reducing the salt and sand shed replacements by $1,650,000 and adding the 4 new items comes to exactly a $10 million total on the highway bond funds. Do we have any objection to adding those 4 items? Once again, highway funds. Won't touch our bonding. Representative Brown,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So where does that put us in our targeted goal number now?
nothing to do with it.
Nothing to do with it because that's
That doesn't
already in the
affect it all.
budget?
It's highway funds.
Okay. That's right. Sorry. Thank you.
So, a little straw poll. Do we have any objection to adding these 4 items? No, I'm sorry, 4. Any against? Representative, Mr. Shea, let us add. Item number 2, statewide underground storage tank replacement for $2 million. Item 3, mechanical services Twin Mountain garage roof replacement for $1,206,668. Item 4, Lemster 215 patrol facility replacement for $3,580,380. Pinkham 109 patrol facility replacement pre-construction, $212,952. How are we doing now, Mr. Shea? We okay?
We're doing well.
We're doing well.
You do have the judicial branch here in case you want to talk with them about what their request. It's not for adding money, it's just to repurpose a couple of the lapses.
First of all, thank you to the Highway Department, DOT. Representative Brown?
Thank you for indulging me, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Shea, when we talked about the potential shortfall on the highway fund before, where does this 10 million add put us in regard to that again, or am I confused?
That was already included in the numbers, so it's already in the operating budget that's currently before Division Two.
Yeah.
So because of the decisions made here, they'll leave the debt service line alone.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I will share that with my counterpart who works in Division Two.
By all means then, let's hear from the Judicial Department.
So the judicial branch has 3 lapse extensions in the back of House Bill 25. One of them will be removed. They don't need that going forward. 2 others deal with the New Hampshire E-Court, and they have a request to expand the purposes of those funds to add a title, which would be New Hampshire E-Court and Associated Critical Infrastructure. And they're here to address any questions you might have. I also have what the language would look like if you were to agree to it, what you would see go into the actual capital budget.
Just so that the committee knows on all these straw votes and everything else that we're taking, all of this is going to go into proper language. Thank Mr. Schaefer that. And we will have one vote for everything, for all of this at one time. We want the regular hand count vote that we can object to and make our things known as. But this is just so that we can move along and get a document to vote on. In the meantime, welcome to Public Works.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, just for the record, my name is Av Harris. I am the Communications Manager and Public Information Officer for the Judicial Branch, and I have with me a couple of colleagues who are very capable of introducing themselves, so I'm going to put them on the spot and hand the microphone over.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Raymond. I'm the Fiscal Manager of the Judicial Branch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Matthew Seaton. I'm the Chief Information Officer for the Judicial Branch.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, do you want to pass that out? And this is all, you're basically just asking for lapse extensions and repurposing money? You're our new favorite committee if you're not asking for any money.
That's correct. So as was stated earlier, we have withdrawn a request for the $157,000 of additional capital funds for the digitization program. So we're not asking for any additional capital funds. We will be lapsing back about $6,035 on one of the projects. This is project number 26, which is the court's, 126, which is the court's digitization project. That project is now complete. And we are, there will be lapse extensions for the remainder of the 1,379,332, $1,379,332.97 for a variety of critical infrastructure projects related to New Hampshire E-Court that we have listed in our letter to the committee.
Questions from the committee? Anyone? Mr. Shea, do we need a straw vote on this, or is this part of when we vote on Representative Jack's, all his lapse extensions? Either or?
I would do a straw vote on this because it's a little bit different than what Representative Jack
Okay.
presented.
All right. Representative Juris.
Quick question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You withdrew your request for the digitization. Are you in process now of digitizing, or do you plan on pushing that off to the future?
Thank you for the question. The original project involved only the Supreme Court, and that's the $6,000 balance that we are now lapsing. The original intent had been to expand that in a couple of our, I think in Hills North and Hills South, I don't remember, in Manchester, Nashua courts, and continue digitizing some of the old records that we have there just to save space. However, given the budget constraints that we have, we didn't really have the manpower to actually do all of the scanning. So at this time, we did not think it was an appropriate use of funds, and that's why we've withdrawn that request.
Just one more
Follow-up?
quick follow-up. Just looking ahead, is there any other technology that the court system might need in the future, or? I mean, briefly, if you,
Thank you. In regards to digitizing old records?
no, in general, for the e-court or for just, for people petitioning the court and helping them out in, resolving their cases or putting cases forward, et cetera.
Yeah.
Recording devices in the courtroom, that kind of equipment and technology.
Yeah, some of those, great question, thank you very much. Some of those are outlined in the letter here, which we are expanding and upgrading some of the recording technology in the courtrooms themselves, as well as providing new means for our citizens to contact us through our contact management system, which right now is strictly a call center, but we plan on expanding that so it can include things such as chat, SMS, other ways citizens can interact with the courts.
Thank you.
I can just pick up on that a little bit. Included in our list of items that we are proposing to use the existing capital funds that we have, are also implementing phase 2 of our digital evidence system for jury trials in the Superior Court. And we also plan on establishing an online payment portal for people to pay fines. That hasn't been done yet, so we expect to do that within the next biennium. And then the other item is to upgrade the cloud-based hosting services for the electronic filing of involuntary admissions. This is a new case type for our e-filing that just came online last year. So we've got to expand the infrastructure to be able to continue to provide that service. So that's a good summary of some of the things that we have proposed using the existing capital funds to implement.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Representative Bogert.
Just a clarification, if I may,
You may.
to understand. The only thing we're looking at here is to repurpose 2 of the request of the 3. 125, 127 to get repurposed, or the name change, so it allows them to do what they wish, and they're still going to lapse over the 126. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I like it when questions get answered. Okay, then, a straw poll. Do we have any objections to the verbiage on this, on repurposing this money from the lapse extensions? Seeing none, so be it. Thank you for attending. Representative Jack.
While we're doing repurposes, we have one other from the Military Affairs and Veterans Services. Do we want to take that up now? It's on my sheet. It's lines 138 and 139. Please.
Is this it?
Yep, right here.
So this is specifically the language for what Representative Jack is speaking of the military lapse, correct?
That's correct, Chairman Mills. The department came in and requested that 3 projects have title changes to them. 2 of them changed to the same title, which is the Pembroke Regional Training Institute upgrades, and the third project, which is number 6, or on line 24 of the piece of paper I just handed out, was changing the name to Minor Military Construction, Stratford County. Again, the general had suggested that these name changes assist in their ability to access federal funds related to these projects. So we're hoping that these changes could be made. It doesn't add anything to the capital budget. It's projects that were previously approved in the 2021 capital appropriations.
Questions for Mr. Shea or Representative Jack? Lapse fund changing. Seeing none, again, another little straw poll. Any objections to this? 0 objections. Let's move on. Do we need a straw poll for the entire lapse? The rest of
I would,
Jack's
Representative
items?
Jack's report, I would just make a note with the committee that they saw it, he explained it, and you were okay with it. But before you do that, could I just clarify one thing? It's
Please.
unrelated to the capital budget per se, but I, in discussion, made mention of Division 2, that I would talk to somebody in Division 2, not thinking that maybe some members wouldn't know what Division 2 is when I referenced that. The House Finance Committee is broken into 3 divisions. Our office has staff assigned to each of those divisions. Division 2 is the division that deals with transportation, education, and Department of Safety. So I should have said of the Finance Committee's Division 2, and that way everybody would know who I was talking about. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Representative Jack.
Shall I just go over this quickly? We have a number of line deletions that would lapse existing lines that were in the capital budget but don't need to be. And they total 649,513, as I mentioned earlier. And we have one add that's at the request of the Department of Transportation, would add this line that's mentioned for Carolyn Stratford Freight Rail improvements. That's the item that the former chairman Campbell came in and talked to you about. And so we have 649,513 from all these deletions. And then we just did the 3 repurposes, and we noticed that the effective date, which is at the very end of House Bill 25, needs a little fix. And that's it.
Any questions regarding Representative Jack's report? Seeing none, let's just move on. I guess I've got one fast thing that I want to discuss with repurposing those funds. Would it be appropriate this time, Mr. Shea, seeing as the 650, 649, whatever the lapse number is less than the community college's $800,000 line, that we repurpose that money in its entirely for that line? And then just add, or not? What's the easiest?
So you would, you want to still give them $800,000?
Yes.
Okay.
But that way we lapse all of this money instead of doing it line
Yep,
by line.
Yep, so we would.
Lapse it in a lump sum as part of that, and then additionally.
Yep. So as I had mentioned to the committee earlier, there was a capital budget that I worked on where you did this with the community college, where you had a portion of the appropriation was the lapse money, and a portion was a new appropriation. So you absolutely can do that to get to the 800,000.
Are we in agreement? Yeah, do we understand why we're doing that? Because these lapse monies consists of 18 different lines, and if we do it any other way, we have to do it line by line, showing where it's going to, and it'll make HB 25 about another 6 pages long. This way, we take it all and put it under one thing and do it.
So the IT infrastructure will be split into 2 places.
Correct.
Yep.
Problems with that? Straw poll, no? Good to go. Okay, going back to the DOT, I missed something. which was the new request from the DOT for the, and it only appears underneath our additional agency requests for the Stratford, Carroll, and Stratford Freight Rail improvements, the $450,000 that we normally give them. And they put in the matching funds, which would go under DOT. And I know Representative Kaczynski is a no vote on this. Do we have any other objections? Representative.
Funds, it's a wash.
Yes. Seeing none, let's add that line under DOT, under BG, under matching funds for transit vehicles. 142.
Would you repeat that number, Mr. Chairman?
$450,000. Now, a slight fly in our ointment, because it appears on none of our presentation, well, we did get a presentation, but it appears nowhere on the governor's capital budget, nowhere in that original 143 million request. Everybody forgot to ask the Pease Development Authority what they needed for their harbor dredging. So we had that presentation, and it comes up, there's 3 items. Market Street Marin Terminal Main Wharf dredging, $1,417,000. Rye Harbor and Hampton Harbor riprap repair, $765,000. And the Market Street Marine Terminal warehouse removal and office replacement at $1,620,000. Do we have a total?
3.8.
That's 3.802 million. That would be in an addition. Yes, it's on an additional agency cost. Mr. Shea, where would we even bother putting that under?
I would end up having to add a new area for it because
Okay.
there's nothing for Pease that
Right.
shows up on
Okay.
here. Is it the entire 3 projects or you haven't finished that yet?
We haven't finished that yet.
Thank you.
They're not here. They did that presentation. As a general rule, this is our harbor. They don't come here for frivolous ideas or frivolous reasons. The one thing that we did have questions on, I remember asking, was that that office that they knocked down, that they have people that they can't have more than 8 people in it when it's over 40-mile-an-hour winds or something, that can't be repurposed. So that figure sticks. So I'm in favor of approving all 3 of them, and we're open for discussion. Representative Faulkner.
Do some of these have a federal match? I mean, dredging operations generally do.
They didn't mention any, no, normally it's, they work with the Army Corps of Engineers, but don't know of any federal matches for this. So this would be a straight up expense. Representative Juris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The riprap repair due to storm damage?
Yes.
Yes.
Recent storm damage or just long-term?
I guess it was that, whatever quasi hurricane hit
All right, you
there.
got it.
Any other questions? Representative Cloutier?
Yeah, just for, I'm having trouble with my math. So the total request, if we approve all 3 items or Pease Development, how much would that cost? And I assume that's general fund. Oh, there it is. 3 million, 3 point, $3,802,000.
Correct.
All right, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
No other discussion, no other questions? How about a little straw poll on this one? Are we going to approve all three items?
Yeah, I would say.
The bottom line was three,
3.0.
three,
3.0.
3,802,000. Oh, we don't have that yet. We do?
That's what I've got so far.
Oh, really?
But you gotta include the PDA. Peace Development Authority. Oh, no, I already included right there.
I thought you said you.
No, I said I included the PDA.
So that's it. That's currently where we're
That's
at?
currently where we're at. Accepting out the gun range and Morse Hall.
Well, we didn't discuss Morris Hall completely yet. All right, let's go back to talk about Morris Hall. We can discuss it all we want, but I'll just put it up for a straw vote. Would we like to remove the $12 million for that project and repurpose it? All those in favor say aye, or show aye. Opposed?
Morse Hall.
Morse Hall. No, but I will say this, my intent's always been, if after we expend everything that this committee wants to and feels is adequate, and we still have my magic number of 133, if we're at 131 or we're at 130, I have no problem taking that 3 million and putting it back into the line for Morse Hall, making it a 3 million instead of a $12 million appropriation. So if I saw the hands correctly, right now we are going to remove that 12 million. Then let's continue on. Right now, we're at about 124.6. Let's talk about that gun range, which was $2.3 million. Like, as I said, I'm waiting on some direction from the Speaker's office on that, combining that. So I don't think we can move forward on removing or repurposing that money. But how do we feel right now where we're at? I'm sorry, we never finished up Ps. Did we say yes or no on Ps for all three items?
Yeah,
We did say, okay. Now I guess we're at the point where we can sit back. According to my non-official dollar man, we're at 124 million. So we have room to look at the rest of the community colleges. We have room to look at going back to the IT infrastructure and redoing that. Representative Brown, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You were mentioning the range. I know we're getting some information back about consolidating that range, but I would like to mention to the rest of the committee that basically that range that they use, that facility is not a facility. They have no toilet facilities, no wash facilities, nothing there, including they don't have an operating generator. So I'm not saying that $2 million is the right dollar amount, but I would think that we would want to do something so that they had a proper facility for both the male and female troopers to operate out of. Thank you.
Representative Bogert.
If I may, along with the gun range, there's numerous gun ranges across the state. And in Belknap County alone, there's probably at least 3 or 4 where this one gun range is located. And I think along with a lot of the community parks and stuff, we have the ability to put porta potties in place so that people can have a place to go, and they're both male and female, so you wouldn't have to construct unique bathroom settings that will take water, which would mean you'd need to dig a well, and then you'd have to put a sewer system in, and none of this has any of those types of facilities located in, and probably the only thing they have which would go along the road would be electricity. So they're going to have large amounts of that 2.3 to be used. And then you're going to have to add in, and I know we don't discuss that, but I'm gonna, yearly maintenance of this facility that we don't have to incur now. So if the state police would join up with all the other gun ranges that are available within the state, they would have the ability to do their training in an appropriate gun range.
Representative Boyd, only because you're on my near side vision here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just echoing Representative Boger and Representative Brown, you know, I honestly think law enforcement in the state really needs to come together and figure out long-term needs, not just for the state police offices, but for the correctional offices or county sheriffs in our local leaders as well. And based on the testimony that we've heard, and again, not to plug the police standards academy, but they've got the acreage to actually create a firing range at that particular location without the need to modernize and create new amenities, because they've got the building and the apparatus right there on the ground. So to me, there's an opportunity to leverage that particular facility and be able to address the needs of the law enforcement community. So I think we kind of, and I don't mean to speak for the committee, but from my perspective, I think we kind of understand that there is a need to standardize and professionalize this facility for our law enforcement offices. I think it's a question of what, for me, the question is, what's the best location? How can we get the, pun intended, best bang for the buck, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not speaking against what Representative Bogert or Representative Boyd said. I think that the problem here is that probably most of the committee members don't understand what that range is used for, force on force, that type of thing. It's not a regular pistol range or straight up rifle range, which we do have plenty of those in the state. I think that maybe we should ask the state police to talk a little bit more about what they actually do there to clarify it for the committee. Thank you.
Duly noted. Any other questions or comments? Representative Kaczynski.
I mean, when they came here, they basically were saying they had a building with mold. It's got no electricity. It's got no bathroom there. You know, I don't know. I would think then you're going from that to a Taj Mahal. I mean, that is a crazy amount of money. If there was something reasonable, I don't think anybody would have a problem with that. But that figure just can't be right. It's too much.
Now, that wasn't state, was that Department of Safety? That was Department of Safety. Perhaps we can, I think it'd be best if we have that back again. But once again, this all depends on my conversation with the speaker on if they're going to move ahead with looking for a permanent solution that we don't have to address this. Otherwise, we're faced with it's just, our only purview is, this is the request, yes or no, do we reduce it or not? So keep that in mind. And Representative Cloutier, I think I missed you in the corner a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, as I listen to this debate by Representative Bogert and Boyd and Representative Brown, I'm beginning to think that we ought to, and I'm, with all due respect to the Department of Safety, $2.3 million seems a little bit high. And to me, if they could combine what they're doing maybe with the police standards and training, I know whether it can work, but I think we're scrutinizing this budget now. We're being asked to make some tough decisions, like we took out $12 million for Morris Hall. I think we've got to ask the same thing of some of our other state agencies to make some sacrifices, some cuts. I mean, I'd be willing to listen to the Department of Safety again, but I think that I'm beginning to think $2.3 million for this gun range has to be scrutinized very carefully. Thank you.
Representative Malone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't want to be a salesman for Sig Sauer, which locates a training facility in Epping. It's an amazing facility, and lots of security forces use it for a variety of trainings. And again, going back to Representative Boger's point, that's probably a consideration to look at what existing private facilities that are available. Again, because we are comparing it to a relatively huge amount coming up from practically nothing to $2.3 million. I mean, how much does it cost to be able to lease or to rent those facilities for training purposes? Probably that's what's one of the conversations that's going on in the Speaker's office, but I would really hesitate to support this proposal today.
Representative Juris.
Thank you for taking my question. I believe that that area, and it was mentioned earlier by Representative Brown, was also for tactical purposes. They want to bring their vehicles in there. They want to do other trainings with personnel that field-like operations, other vehicle trainings in there, possibly pyro smoke stuff, that kind of stuff where, and SWAT type of maybe scenarios that they can practice in. So, yeah, it's not just a line and installs that, to use their weapons at. And yeah, I believe that that was part of their mission in this request. In addition, they've been going through, they've been living with this facility for a long time. And it seems to, one common theme in what I think we've seen, and maybe some of the reps here who've been here for a while, we're getting requests that, well, we need to start a repair program. We're getting, this is going to fail any day, it seems, whether we're talking about the license plate thing or the John Deere truck with Fish and Game, et cetera. But so they've worked with this and worked with the shortfalls of that facility for a long time, and maybe it's time to give this a serious thought. And on a bigger picture scale, looking at what else is going on with police and law enforcement training centers around the state.
These are all good points, and this is also part of the reason I said, let's hold off on this, have this conversation, but let's hold off on this decision until I can talk to the Speaker's office, because I know they're already talking of it. But for all we know, this might be the one that they've decided that they want to focus on, that this is going to be the new big gun range that everybody else is going to come to eliminate all the little minor ones that we're doing in the state. So we'll make that decision when I get further information on that. Aside from that, Representative Jack.
Representative Juris just reminded us that there's a Fish and Game request that's funded out of Fish and Game funds that we might consider to replace the backhoe. And also, I'd like to comment that I'm a little uncomfortable making decisions about where the Department of Safety should do their training without them being here to say why they're doing it the way that they're doing it, or whether they are able to consider other alternatives. So I agree with having them here when we make this decision. Can the chair remind us what the timeline is? My understanding is that 2 weeks from today is the drop dead date for reporting the bill out. So if we're going to have meetings once a week, next week is the week that we have to finish making the decisions, and then we have to get the committee amendment drafted.
You took the next step right out of my mouth, okay? So thank you for that. What I wanted to ask is, Mr. Shea, how do we look? How do we stand right now with you?
You're doing very well. We have a couple of outstanding items, obviously. I have something from the Department of Environmental Services. It's a technical fix to the note around the Winnipesaukee River Basin. There was an error in terms of the reference of the RSA. So I have that here, so I can provide that to you. There's still the question, if you want to change how the university system's appropriation looks so they can add the note, and I can hand out what they're requesting. I understand that you've made the adjustment for reducing the Hyde Hall down to $1 million, increasing the Keene to the $7 million, but I'll just show you the committee what the university system had requested offline. They had sent an email, I believe, to the chair and myself regarding this. I can take everything that we've done today. I can get an amendment done so that when you come in at your next meeting, it'll have everything in there that you've discussed, including, I would leave the gun range in because you haven't taken it out. But then at that meeting, you could decide what you want to finalize. If you decide to take it out, we can then get it redrafted one more time. Because a lot of the technical drafting would have been completed, it'll cut down on some of the time to get another amendment.
I guess what I'm asking is, because you and I talked about this earlier, do we need to do 2 days next week, or can we get away with one, based on what we've got right now? My intent on this is, once we have this figure and your totals and everything from today, because I'm planning on wrapping today up right now, then we have a new figure that's been double-checked, triple-checked, everything else.
Yep.
And at that point in time, we can spend the rest of our day saying, well, we came in so far, let's add this, let's add that, let's add this. The only thing I see that we want to remove at this time that's still pending is this gun range. Is that correct? Did I miss something? That's the only thing that we're still looking at removing is the gun range. So anything else that we would be doing would be adding on some of these projects if necessary. So do you think
So
we
you
need
could meet
or-
one day next week, and then the following week you could exec. And you would need to exec before the end of day Wednesday.
So we could have 2 Tuesdays. We could meet next Tuesday. Because
Yep.
I was just looking for the emergency fallback, because we've all been here long enough. We know how everything hits the fan at the last minute. And then we're scrambling, trying to hold executive sessions during lunch times and stuff. And I don't want to do any of that. So if we don't have to meet twice next week, and I was going to say the following week as the fallback, then once should do it.
I think you can get away with one meeting next week. That would be basically finalizing all your decisions so that when you come in the next week after that, it would just be to exec the amendment.
And nobody else will know this, but I'll tell you by the time I meet with the speaker whether or not we want to have safety here to talk about the gun range or not. If he tells
For
me-
next week,
If he
yep.
tells me that's an absolute no-go, that's where it's going to be now, we'll just come back and do that.
Okay.
Okay? Representative Jack?
On the statutory reference, if it's the one I'm thinking of, that where they 51 versus 50, I looked at it this morning, and what's in the bill is, my reading is it's correct. You might want to recheck that.
It's not correct.
Oh, okay.
So
That's
the,
when you get
the
elected,
reference in the
then
bill
he's
now
24.
references a dedicated fund. It's the Winnipesaukee River Basin Revolving or Recovery Fund. That is not what they're referencing here. This is actually an account line within the operating budget. The language in section 50 gives them the ability to get the money for the debt service related to this, and it just goes into their operating budget line, which the account unit is titled the Winnipesaukee River Basin Control Account. And in there's a debt service line. So if the committee's okay with making that change, I'll just include that in the amendment for next week.
Be my guest. I guess then we will meet here next Tuesday at 10 a.m. Yes, sir. Representative Edgar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we still going to discuss at all the community colleges today?
No, not today, but that's once we get all the dollars and figures,
Thank you.
we will, that'll be one of our first items. I said, if we come in at 124, then we'll do some add-ons right away.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
one more
Representative
question.
Cloutier.
So we'll be meeting next Tuesday, I'm sorry, I can't remember the date offhand, the 25th at 10 a.m. And then, so I mean, everything's going well, we will come in the following week, I believe it's Tuesday, April 1st, to vote on the bill as amended, correct?
Correct. And matter of fact, if it goes that well on Tuesday, we might, I'm going to put in a disclaimer, we might even vote to exec it that day, if everything is wrapped up.
So we might have an executive session time late, probably Tuesday, the 25th.
Right.
All right.
I thought today was going to go till 4 or 5, and I can't tell you how pleased I am that we're here. Correct. Small redraft. Yes, sir. Thank you. Go.
Mr. Chair,